It's just unbelievable. I've been waiting my whole life for this, and all the losses are worth it now, and this is just the beginning.
Friends and family who have been believing me all the time when there have been times that I didn't believe myself.
I sort of proved to myself that I still got it.
Yeah, to go 4-0 this year in elite pluses is absolutely crazy, and I think it's just a good building block. Hopefully earning Player of the Year, that's been one of my long-time goals.
When I came in the US for the first time in 2022, I only had one goal in my mind. It was to be the first Finnish disc golfer to win on the Disc Golf Pro Tour, and I did it today.
Where's Anderson? Owen Scoggins.
Colin Hanley. Missy Gannon.
The Disc Golf Pro Tour playoffs continue as our competitors arrive at the #1 rated course in America. The beloved Maple Hill will set the stage for our final playoff of the season. Today, we begin the MVP Open by OTB. We head to hole number 1. Heidilainen of Finland on the tee of the first hole, hanging it out wide to the right. Off the basket, a near ace. Good morning, everyone, and welcome in. Terry Miller joined alongside Valerie Jenkins, 4-time world champ and Hall of Famer. Val, you don't even remember how many times you've won this tournament, but here we are. It's the playoffs. The excitement continues.
Yeah, and this is a great way to cap off the season. It's the #1 rated course in America, and it is likely the favorite course of many of our players. So this is a really fun event to end the season.
Yeah, after seeing how much fun we had at GMC last week in the 2 courses there, everyone moved about 3.5, 4 hours south to then come to Maple Hill. And like you said, everybody will talk about how much they enjoy being here. And if you're in the playoffs, you know we're doing something right. The top 20 women will continue. In terms of the Disc Golf Pro Tour standings, all Pro Tour and all major winners automatically qualify for the Tour Championship next month. And DGPT and major winners who are not qualified via points are added to the field. Jesse Nieminen is the only person in that category on the MPO side right now. But there's got to be a few women thinking, man, I'm not necessarily in yet, or I'm on the bubble. If somehow I could secure a win, they'd be able to punch their ticket to October. Every point matters, and you're standing in first. At the end of the Pro Tour season, you get 10 strokes at the championship. Second place gets 9 strokes, so on and so forth. All the way down to that 7th and 8th, you're seeing them get 5 strokes when they start the Tour Championship. And when you look at the next page, you see you want any advantage you can. If you're coming in 17th through 20th, you're excited to be at the Tour Championship, but you're starting at even, and you're going to be 10 behind our leader. Like last weekend, we're keeping an eye on the bubble player, so to speak, as to who's going to make it in for that 20th spot. Anna Wynn currently coming in on 20th. Stacy Kiefer and Elliot Midling right behind her. So we're going to continue to watch as those 3 battle it out for that last spot. Take a look at the early goings for all 3 of the women on the bubble, as we just mentioned. Stacy Kiefer currently out in front of the 3 of them, sitting 1 under through 4. A little extra pressure as we close out our season. Paige Pierce on the tee of 2 after she birdied the first hole.
Oh, and a helpful tree kick keeps her in bounds and within birdie range.
For a good start to go 2 for 2. Natalie Ryan, your champion from 2022. She tees off after the break.
What's up, everyone? James Conrad here with Team MVP. I'm just here to chat a little bit about the Detour. It's one of the discs that came out this year in the James Conrad line of discs. I'd say my favorite shots with it are hitting it on a fair amount of hyzer, letting her slowly stand up and finish to the right. We wanted something that was able to be thrown with a ton of power, but something that would also be workable for someone without quite as much power. I think that they nailed it with the Detour.
At LL Bean, we've been innovating for over a century, making great products better so you can feel better. Day after day, year after year. Outside together since 1912. LL Bean, be an outsider.
OTB is very specific on how they list the disc because they want you to like the disc.
Virtually in your hand, it tells you what the disc is going to feel like, how heavy it's going to be. It's everything you want to know before it shows up to your house.
Not just marketing.
It's only the best.
Your morning shave is a time for self-reflection. Look in that mirror and ask yourself, can I make a real difference in this world? Of course you can. Just not today. There's football on. Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
A Zuka cart lets you sit down on the course, anywhere you want. But maybe not here. Or here. Honestly, you shouldn't sit here either. You want to sit there? How are you gonna even? Nope. Nope. Nuh-uh. Look, we appreciate your ambition, but no. Now you got it. Take it easy on the course with Zuka.
Hello, we're Kenna. We're a Dutch growing company. We love plants and we want to tell you some cool things about them. Just like humans, plants can communicate. They can sense when another plant is close. Plants look out for each other too. They warn neighbors about nearby threats by secreting substances. And studies have shown that plants love a good tune. We love and understand plants. Let our passion excite you too.
The MVP Open at Maple Hill is presented by MVP Disc Sports, the leading edge in disc golf, and OTB Discs, only the best. Paige Pierce on the tee of 3. Now her approach from the left side of the fairway.
Whoa, almost throwing it in. Almost keeping the birdie train going too. That'll be a drop in par.
Raven Klein also off to a great start here in round 1. And our friends over at LL Bean invite you to be outside and enjoy nature. Now we're going to get a little taste of what it's like to be a spectator out here at Maple Hill. We stand down and let you enjoy it.
I'm under the impression that
Brooks is like the bigger brother to the Pathfinder.
I like my relay. Relay is like a slightly understable bull. Okay. Which I like the bolt, and it's
and you somehow you find But you've already seen them all, so that's part of my like.
And we are live on the tee with our 940 group. Up first, from Pirkala, Finland, Evelina Salinen.
Thanks to our friends at IDEO, we've got a little walk-in talk with Brian Earhart and Natalie Ryan.
I got a previous champion here walking down the fairway at 1, Natalie. We're back at Maple Hill. How you feeling to be back?
Pretty good. I always love this place. There's just something different in the air, you know?
Talk about the scoring and the strategy out here at this course. It seems really unique compared to other courses on tour.
Yeah, it is. Like even par, or just a couple under is fantastic most of the time. And while I think we're probably going to need to do a little bit better than that this year, we'll see. I think I'm quite good at these holes most of the time. Like these shapes kind of suit me. I get to throw hard, slower discs, which I'm usually very, very clean with. So I'm looking forward to playing this course.
Natalie, good luck this week.
Thank you.
Back to you in the booth.
We now head over to Erica Stinchcomb, tee of hole number 8.
Honk.
Oh,
honk,
Looks like the geese are out early on 8 as we roll the Zuka replay.
What a beautiful shot. I was wondering if this was going to be an ace run for the crowd. Comes in just short, but that's just too funny.
Let's take a look at Val's Keys, brought to us by our friends at blackinkdisc.com, the premium disc golf store.
Well, as we make our way into the thick woods, fairway hits are going to be so important in getting yourself into a good position. Disc selection, whether you're going fairway driver or a mid-range off the tee, and straddle putting. It's going to be very challenging to get a clean putt out on this course, even on a relatively open hole. We see Ella Hansen going for her straddle putt.
Effort by Ryan is low, not able to capitalize on the birdie look.
Much better angle being on either side of the pin, or of course just short. Anything past that basket, you have the pond to think about.
Solid opening putt for Kat Murch.
It is so interesting to have this pin placement for the first 2 rounds. It's 330 feet downhill. It is so challenging to get the disc to land close because you need to make sure you're clearing the pond. I see a lot of putting on this basket, I'm sure.
Going to take a break on the network. We'll be right back.
Oh, that's my search. $1,700. You got my search page.
What's up, guys? It's Ezra Robinson, and I'm here to show you how to use bird sauce from Dirty Birdie. Put a little dab on your fingers or wherever you want grip. Once you fan it, get some air on there, turns to chalk, and this will stay on for 6 to 9 holes. Clips to my bag, super easy, and I don't have to worry about it every single hole.
The Pixel makes putting so effortless, which is exactly what I wanted from this disc, that I can just put it on the line and then just let the disc slow float to the chains. For me, always, the more a putter beats in, the more magic it has inside, so hit those chains.
This sport is about trust. It's about confidence in your disc. All the untold hours of development and commitment are here for you. The MVP Pro Shop. Start your journey today.
Go out and get yourself a DGN Pro subscription. Get 25% off your first month. Use code MVP25 to do so if you want to partake in the US DGC and the Throw Pink Women's Disc Golf Championship. It will all be available using a DGN Pro subscription. Again, 25% off your first month for new subscribers. Evelina Salonen on the tee of 2. Beelining right to the pin, and just a bit deep. She'll have a look for birdie.
And that was just a spectator line beyond the pin, so there's no OB beyond or left, but there is that rock wall, and you can see it's painted on the inside of that wall.
Gonna need some help, and it gets it. Looks like she's gonna stay in bounds, but just barely.
This is such a fun shot to throw. That nice hyzer flip or throwing an understable disc just to hit that line. This grouping of trees is something you certainly want to avoid. It's tough to get through, and then you're left with a at least 60-foot putt. You're down at the bottom of that hill. Really good reaction off that rock. This was looking like an ace run for Paige, and it hit the very last tree.
The birdie look on 4.
Giving herself a lot of opportunities.
Going to Montgomery with the birdie look on 8. And Val, you called it. You said that sometimes it can be difficult to get a clean look out here. That's a second straddle putt we've already seen from Ella Hansen.
Yeah, and I was never a strong straddle putter, and so I recognize that if I had to continually straddle putt, that it wasn't likely in a good situation. Well, positive thoughts there. She is safe.
After missing the line, kicks her right back into the fairway. That's going to be a very difficult second. Murch, the birdie look on 2. And she starts out 2 for 2. Right there on the call, Evan Spur helping out, letting her know she gets 1 meter relief from this area without penalty, even though it's not out of bounds. And she also will start 2 for 2. Natalie gets her first birdie of the round. Ella's in for the par. Back with Pierce throwing her second. She fight through and give herself a look. It's going to be a long look for par on the 5th. And the #1 player in the world, Kristen Tatar, will be teeing off at 10 o'clock.
I do look like a feral cat. I was thinking kind of vampire though.
The United States Disc Golf Championship, a tournament with history unmatched in the disc golf world.
Oh, you bet! Colin Hanley is on fire.
Talk about giving the crowd a show. What a performance from Kyle Klein.
Gannonberg, this kid is unbelievable.
If you want to know what a disc is going to feel like before you get it, you have to check out OTB Disc. The first thing I'm looking for when I grab a new disc is the feel of the disc. It's got to be confidence instilled. Virtually in your hand tells you what the disc is going to feel like, how heavy it's going to be. It's It's everything you want to know before it shows up to your house.
It's really, really helpful in not only finding a disc that looks beautiful, but is also exactly what you're looking for it to feel like. Of course, when you're dealing with OTB, you're going to get only the best.
In a game of precision, when a miscalculation can mean the difference between winning or losing, you require instant, pinpoint accuracy. When you need confidence in your shot, turn to MVP's Parsec Laser Rangefinder.
Pound's the best of the best. It's the quality, the craftsmanship, the vision for what a bag could be.
I don't think anyone's disputing that it's the best made bag.
Welcome back. We're going to take a look at last weekend and specifically the final round by Holland Hanley, who had somewhat struggled over the previous 3 rounds, but this ended up being so crucial to her overall tour point standings, as Holland closed out very strong. I believe it was the second hottest round of all competitors during the finals. And that was significant because that kept Holland Hanley in first place for the tour standings. She has 1,294 points. Remember, all points accumulated last weekend and this weekend automatically add to the overall points totals for the year. So there's no more dropping, there's no more best of, so to speak. Everything is added. Missy Gannon moved up 1 spot and Owen moved down a spot.
End of the season, but it's still.
Holland trying to close out the season as your tour points champion, and also would have that 10-stroke advantage in October at the Tour Championships when it gets started.
It's going to be a lengthy par putt there. Cat Mark.
Might be my name on the sign. The kid should get out here to work.
Raven Klein steps up to hole number 8. She's off to a great start.
Oh my. Watch.
Goes over the wall. She's going to be out of bounds.
The body.
Does Murch have a throw-in to save the par? Just short, so that'll be a tap-in bogey for Cat Murch. Valerie Mandujano teeing on 6. Paige loves it, and Val should as well.
I do.
All the Vals are on board with that one. This is powered by Naqua.
I always felt like this was one of the scariest tee shots because you have to be so accurate from 300 feet away at least. That was absolutely pured.
Having a more difficult pin position just a few feet away from the wall this year.
I just have to go there.
Thank you to Naqua, providing lifestyle power.
I know. Oh, believe me, I jumped.
Mine's like, are you done yet?
We all feel the same.
But before they tee off, we will have a ceremonial throw. You know, without the PDGA, we are not here doing this. And in addition to that, we have the PDGA Executive Director, Doug Americas.
Well, this isn't a pressure-packed inaugural throw. catch.
Doug found his receiver down there. Scooter with the call, calling out all the names. Ready to go with Holland Hanley on the tee of 1.
Yeah. Nice.
From Los Angeles, California, Owen Scoggins.
Again, 330 feet, slightly downhill.
Estonia, Kristen Tatar. Our next group will be a 10-22.
4 safe drives coming from our final feature card. Pierce on the 6th. Favorable kick toward the pin.
It started to drift down to the left. She had enough distance on it to reach those trees, and that's as helpful as it could get.
Oh, and that was Raven from the drop zone. Ends up just falling over the edge, so she'll go out of bounds again. And Natalie Ryan drains a long one on 3 back-to-back birdies. Take a look from the other side. Out in circle 2, just barely up and over the rim and in.
I feel like that's a bonus birdie. You have to have a great tee shot, and then usually you have to make a solid putt.
Oh, yeah.
Missy's just practicing for rounds 3 and 4. It's a decent position going to the long pin.
And that's such a great point, Val, that during the first 2 rounds, they'll play to this pin position, and then the hole essentially doubles. It goes from 330 feet to 662 feet for rounds 3 and 4.
The pond is about 30 feet behind the basket.
Pond, not much of a concern from the angle Kristen is putting from. And her effort is just a bit low. Evelina Salonen, after going deep, is going to end her birdie streak at 2. Nine meters left here for Hanley for birdie.
Come on.
No one was more excited about clearing the pond than Owen, and now she's left closest to the pin, trying to strike first with a birdie. Of course she converts.
And it is very rare that we see birdies on the long pin position. So this is really interesting to start off your round with the birdie. That could really feed into the momentum going into this round. Whereas hole 1 in the long position, you already feel like you're preparing for battle.
Somehow I thought we go to the long basket. Oh. Yeah, that's why I said, is it me or you? Oh.
You're the one telling us that. That's why I'm.
Owen may or may not have been confused about what pin is being played today. I'm not sure, but here's Stacy Kiefer on the tee of 8.
Come on!
Long and over the wall, out of bounds. She'll go to the drop zone. This is Haley King with her par look on 6. And I'm now being corrected. That is her for birdie, so it looks like she'll have a par. The standstill is going to result in a birdie for Natalie Ryan on the 4th. Page with a birdie look.
You're deep in the woods, but there are a lot of distractions. There are a lot of spectators.
Get stable. Come on, come on, come on.
And that's the shot they're cheering for. Ellie Ezra hits the tree, stays close.
Stacy Kiefer in that battle, along with Hannah Wynn and Ellie Ezra. Right now, Stacy Kiefer looking the best of the 3, fighting for that final position in the Pro Tour Championship. Murch going with a standstill forehand.
Go, go, go.
Holland keeps that low enough that it connects with the rock wall. Stays safe.
Were you pressing the wrong buttons, Val?
Don't
What were
look
you
at
doing?
me, Terry.
All right. Well, it looks like we've got everything figured out. Thankfully, we also have Brian Earhart out on the ground. We'll be able to check in with him to see what he's been watching while we were away. But for now, we can get back out to the course and get caught up. It's Natalie Ryan with a long birdie look.
Oh, oh my.
From way deep in circle 2, powered by Nakwa.
She certainly looks like she's lining that up to make it. Had a visual on that left side of the big tree. Amazing putt.
Natalie Ryan 4 under through the first 6. Paige Pierce 3 under through 8. Monica Sten is 2 under along with Valerie Mundahano and Erica Stinchcomb. A moment ago, Missy Gannon on the tee of 4. And that rolls and it'll check up. Bullseye hit for Missy Gannon. Kristen's approach will leave her next to the basket for par. Holland, got to control the speed so it doesn't skip too much. Gets a roll, but not a problem. Owen will be getting into position. Brian, we see jackets and umbrellas. Give us some updates on what's been happening out there.
Well, right now we're in kind of that garden part of the course where we're not feeling too many of the raindrops, but you look out on the lake that spans multiple holes here, and the rain's definitely falling a lot. It's still pretty cold, but man, some of the shots we've seen have been fantastic. Beautiful flex shot from Holland on number 3, Missy with a giant circle 2 putt on 3, Missy Park in hole 4. I mean, these players are still acting like there's no rain.
Short straddle for Owen Scoggins. That'll secure the par. And they'll make the very short walk over to the tee of 5. We're going to see our Flight Factory disc fly over.
And we know the rain is coming down today. It didn't look like much wind from the last basket. I was looking at the flags on top of it. So going this route around and over the water on the left side could be very possible for some of our players. A nice sidearm spike shot can get you very close in birdie range. Players that throw backhand, we typically see them going up that right side. Takes birdie out of range though.
And Flight Factory just dropped new special edition fundraiser disc to support Ezra Robinson. Head over to flightfactorydisc.com to pick up fundraiser disc to support Ezra, Calvin Heimberg, Stacy Ronsley, Madison Walker, Holland Hanley, and more.
And that right side is a very safe, conservative play. You still have to be extremely accurate to get distance like we just saw from Missy. That's going to be a pretty guarded second shot. All you're concerned about here is having enough height. That's a good job from Holland. He's going to have an opportunity. a better position than Missy, going a little bit shorter on that drive and skipping to the left. The trees might open up just a bit more.
Forehand from Kristen. Ultimately lands in the pond. She'll go to the drop zone.
And the drop zone is basically just advancing them about 100 feet closer toward the water, so it still lines up with that over the water carry.
TF7 with Ryan. Seeing a new look on hole number 7 this year. We'll talk about that more in a moment. Anna can extend on the tee of 8. Does it have the legs? It does. Just barely over the wall, but a birdie putt.
177 feet to the basket. And that was scary for Kristen to hit the tree, but she gets a forward flight out of it and a more clean putt than she would have had. That was a great correction after the skip.
Like the height.
The runner-up from last weekend, Silva Saarinen.
No,
Comes up just a bit short, also to the drop zone.
Yeah, the line gets lined up.
And just a few days ago in Vermont, we saw Silva Saarinen battle it out with Kristen.
Silva had such a commanding lead coming down to the last few holes. This is on 18. Situation was Kristen had to birdie. Silva had to bogey, and that's exactly what happened, and they headed to a playoff. Back up to 18's tee pad to do it all over again.
Silva would have that look that would go out of bounds, and ultimately Kristen was able to lay up and take home the championship.
I talked to so many people who just felt so crushed for Silva at the moment slipping through her fingers, but you can only imagine an experience like that. It's going to create that fire in a player, and I don't think Silva's going anywhere. I think that's only going to make her a little stronger as a player. I thought Natalie was about to throw that in again. I had to pause for a second. This worked out pretty good for Missy. It's a short approach from there. We'd like to be a little closer to the pin, but that should do.
Kristen to save bogey. Do you think at any point she changes her game plan there, Val? In terms of going out over the water on this particular hole? Will that be situational at all this weekend?
I think she's just so strong with that sidearm that it's still a good play. I think the more times you throw it, too, the more comfortable with the height and the angle you'll get as the tournament goes on. I mean, not speaking from experience at all, but if I had a sidearm like Kristen,
Hanley will collect the birdie.
there's so much pressure to get the par going that right-hand route.
Very rough start here for Silva Saarinen. Moments ago she had missed her putt for bogey, so she takes a double on the 8th.
And this is just shocking to see her start so extremely slow. I feel like this course lays out really well for her. She's just such an accurate thrower.
Ella Hansen converts on the birdie look. She'll go 2 down through 7. Ryan is in for the par, so will remain at 4 under through 7.
He's right there. Like.
And
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Kristen's disc is retrieved. I'm going to assume that is our standard retriever, as in Mark Verroki, so appreciate it. If it's someone other than Mark, we appreciate it as well, but I'm going to assume it's him, as he's been there for, I believe, going on a decade now or more. See stacks and stacks and hundreds of discs retrieved just yesterday as he was out there. And we take a look again at hole number 6, Val.
Hole 6, I mentioned how scary the tee shot can be. It's tough to see the elevation as it heads slightly downhill. So the players are fighting against that pull down to the left for right-handed backhand throws. So they're trying to throw something a little bit understable to hit that gap. And it's a very narrow gap. Any tree kick could send you OB on the right. And the basket has moved closer to that wall. So they want to make sure they're continuing on that straight flight. Might be guarded by those large trees.
Ryan on the tee of 8. Has the distance. Does it have too much? No, it checks up.
That's a great drive from Missy. That would be parked on the other basket position. And this one won't change through the weekend. This is its permanent spot all 4 rounds.
I want to throw out to Brian real quick. Brian, what's been the feedback on the new pin position that we're seeing on 6?
A lot of the feedback I've gotten is pretty funny. It's more objective than subjective. Pretty much what I'm getting from the players is it's way closer to the wall and it's elevated, and that's it. I don't really know what the sentiment is, but it's definitely new, Terry. So we'll see how it scores.
I can't say that I've ever seen anybody throw over there. especially with that reaction and a sidearm throw. That's going to be a tough second shot for Kristen.
A very popular mistake or common mistake that we've seen there on the 8th is pulling it out too far to the right, going over the right side wall and out of bounds.
Kristen got a really good kick back to the left to leave her with this more open look. Wow. Wouldn't this be a par?
And just look at the danger that you saw there, putting uphill to an elevated basket with the wall just 5 or 6 feet behind. Brian, it's opening day out there, but how's the gallery turning out in this weather?
Well, if you've ever taken a trip up to Massachusetts to play Maple Hill, you know that you got to make a tee time quick. These tee times fill up, and there's a huge community out here of players that care so deeply about this place, and they'd probably be here anyway playing disc golf this Thursday afternoon. And yeah, it's strong already. You could hear it all over the course. The 8 holes are huge right now. You're hearing them from tee shots on 1. It's just going to keep ramping up throughout the weekend. It's pretty sweet.
Golden Pass members out there following the action as close as they are. Right next to Kristen. It looks like she'll be going first. No fear in Owens Goggins.
And I was just thinking, you know, having Own go first, there's a couple scenarios. It's either she shows you that it's a possibility to make a putt, or she makes it look too easy. And if you miss, oh man, it was an easy putt. Let's see if Kristen can follow.
Kristen for par.
And to see Kristen win last weekend, she had to battle through a lot. She was really talking about the mental side and positively talking to herself through some difficult holes. And in the end, she came out on top. And so I think she's really learning from these experiences this year. Slight wind gust from Missy, where it seemed relatively calm up to this point.
Hanley in for the par. Missy will step in to do the same. Ella has the putt from the drop zone. It baits you in, and sometimes that's the result. Just slides over the edge. 2 OBs for Ella Hansen on the 8th. Pierce on tee of 9. Extend a lead.
Really great round going for Natalie Ryan. 5 down through 8 with several big putts. mentioned, walking down the fairway of 1. She's comfortable with these shots. She feels like they really suit her game. So far, she's really leaning into it. And this is a change-up tee pad than what we've seen in the past here on 7. We're more on the right side of where typical 7 was positioned. Now we're playing off to the right. I guess 7 was just too wide open playing down the road in previous. So now we're heading to just a very technical shot. It's 352 feet, so the players are throwing something with fast speed, trying to get the distance, and then it's sloped, and so players can really play that hyzer line, skip up to the pin. And we'll see if we get rolls today or how tricky the putting can be because of that slope.
Goggins couldn't find the line, and Holland finds one off on the right-hand side. Not sure if that was her intended route, but good forward progress.
Yeah, that looks like the more obvious fairway that Missy hit.
Kristen not finding her release points. This time with the backhand. And I go back to last weekend looking at Kristen having a slow start on all 4 rounds. That trend continuing here again today. A very slow start as she's won over through 6. Natalie Ryan, 2022 MVP Open at Maple Hill champion. She had won in a playoff over Kristen Tatar. And there's always changes taking place out there. Hole number 9 being part of that this year and last year, and probably literally the 5 or 8 years before that as well. But right now we're seeing a backup. And Brian, any conversation about hole 9 and how it's been changed up and maybe the backup it might create?
Yeah, I think a lot of the sentiment to the par 5 was that it might score okay. There's going to be kind of an awkward second shot on it because of the footing. You're trying to get up the hill, trying to get to the top, and then that second shot is just a layup down to the bottom of the hill to try to give yourself something to go across the water. And anyone who's played that hole knows how strange that downhill slope is. So I'm curious to see how conservative players get on that second. I'm also curious to see if some players with power actually try to blast it over the water in 2. Should be a really interesting placement. I don't hear a lot of negative feedback. I hear a lot of curiosity.
Thank you, Brian. Great approach there by Scoggins. Now, Herelaine, who has plenty of power. Looks like she's going over here in her second shot. And not a problem. green flag.
Is it one paper, like one dish maybe? Or behind, okay.
So like you can put your mini right there.
A very appropriate call there. Kristen being on the front side of that tree. She's able to take her lie from directly behind her disc on the other side of the tree. Sounded like it needed to miss those last trees and it would have been parked. Kristen again working to save her par. Trying to get a glimpse of where her disc landed and what kind of putt she'll have left. Now, what do we call this shot, Terry?
Well, you're going to get into an entire online debate as to what that might be called.
That's why I wasn't going to start. I've known it as the pancake. On an overhand shot to be general. Scooper.
Yeah, probably
Any more
on,
I'm leaving
then, or no, then that one.
Depends what part of the country you're from, I think, Val.
Well,
Do
you
you
know
have
where
any
I'm
other
from.
Ohio slang we should know?
A pancake, I feel like, was the term people used the most when I was growing up.
Sensing a little distraction in the background. Just waiting for a few of the spectators to move into position or to clear out. Going for par. Gets it. Great pause by Scoggins so she could secure the par. This is Pierce with her fourth shot. It's going to be a really long look for par uphill. Speaking of long looks for par, straddle putt coming from Kristen. At least that's one option anyway. We often talk about how difficult it can be to generate enough power when you have an extended straddle putt. This will be to her advantage that it's downhill, so she won't need quite as much power. just inches short for Kristen, so that's going to be another bogey, and she'll move to 2 over.
But it's also tough just to get the timing down when you're always relying on the knee bend and then pushing up with your legs. That's all upper body that Kristen had to use on that putt. Very steep angle for Missy. Downhill, birdie. And the fact that she stayed close to the pin after going for that birdie run, I think is a positive thing moving into these next few rounds. You have a bad roll away, you might be overthinking some of these putts.
I too will be interested to hear the feedback of the new look on hole number 7. But right now, Natalie Ryan out in front. We'll be right back.
I think the Blackwell Pro is the best practice basket I ever had at home. What I love most about this basket is that it catches really well. It's kind of exactly what you want. If you're looking for a great solution for a practice basket, Blackwell Pro.
The Power Disc Golf Academy has a huge shout out for Kristen Ayotes. Kristen has significantly increased her distance by using Holland Hanley's lessons on eliminating rounding. She also used Holland's lessons on wind management to lower her average scores. And to top it off, she's putting better than ever using Yuli's putting tutorials. Great job, Kristen. Keep it up. Now, if you want to improve your game like Kristen has, scan the QR code and enter promo code DGPT for an exclusive discount to the Power Disc Golf Academy.
You have to understand how things are up here.
During the break, we saw the 8 holes, getting everybody all ready to go as our final feature card steps to the tee.
And there is an OB line over there on the right. Will catch your disc just about every time. It is tough to try and penetrate from that right hand side. just at 300 feet, so it's a big mid-range shot or a light fairway drive. Missy's got the line. That's beautiful.
Much more direct approach coming from Gannon. Kristen going with the backhand. This is low, but it gets there, and she's safe.
That is a large crowd for a rainy Thursday morning. You have to imagine all these people took off work to be here for MVP weekend.
If you're not an 8-hole, are you even really a disc golf fan?
You gotta be here. And this course just sets up so great for spectators. There's so many awesome spectating positions. Hole 8, 18, 14.
Line with an eagle look. She should have an easy tap-in birdie. Giving this a Barbasol close shave replay.
First time we're seeing this hole played. Haiti giving it the first attempt for eagle. Maybe tomorrow we will see this position being played in the first 2 rounds, and then it'll go back to that regular spot. You know, the easier one.
As we've said, one of the biggest heroes out here at Maple Hill year after year. Mark Verrocchi.
Sure does.
Local hero. I think it's national hero. He's saving everyone's discs.
Well, he comes in from California now after living in the East Coast for many years. Now comes all the way out from California, taking vacation just to come out here and retrieve discs. He's, of course, never had to interact with you, Val. You've never thrown one in any of the ponds.
No, but I've heard,
but you can still appreciate, the effort.
Yeah, right. Everyone finds their disc in the ponds out here.
The walk to the drop zone. Scoggins and Holland Hanley will make their way up. Scoggins will go first.
And we've seen a couple attempts from here going for it, going OB. And one of the best putters on tour lays up.
No one had that on their bingo card as Owen Scoggins laying up a putt, even on 8.
Oh,
A half bid by Hanley, ultimately checking up.
You see those half bids, like you're saying, half bid, not fully committing to it. Those go OB all day long. Like if you're gonna run it and you're likely to go OB, give it a good chance. I think Holland's very lucky to stay safe.
Gannon's putter has been off at least for the last few holes. I think back to just off on 6, barely off on 7. Now she doesn't connect on 8. She's had looks at the last 3. All will result in par. Kristen for birdie. That's dead center. The lone birdie of the card. head to the 10th. Line A with a look for birdie. Oh, she gets that one. Long range. She fights back to even par with the birdie. I'm going to roll the Zuka replay. Just barely inside the circle. Uphill.
There are not going to be many players that go back-to-back birdies on 9 and 10.
Paige also picks up a birdie. It's caught up, it gets to the top. We'll see how Natalie Ryan can scramble from there. We'll find out on the other side.
Support your disc golf game with a brand new Tritanium sleeve. We import these directly from Finland at high and low compression. Or check out their knee or wrist supports. The only place you can get Tritanium in the United States is right here at PowerGripUSA.com.
Discraft built for flight.
Got a good day coming, and it's all I need. Everything I wanted is in front of me. It's a good thing.
My Zuka car is most helpful because it allows me to carry a massive amount of discs. My backups have backups, and I could fit all of that in my cart.
The putter pouch, that's definitely my favorite feature. Slick, holds everything that I need in there.
The room and the things that I can carry on the course in the Zuka fits me perfectly.
I'm not the tall person right here. I like the handle. It can be up and down. That's my point right there. All I have to do is just thinking about what I'm gonna birdie.
Ryan throwing her second on 9 and just playing for position.
Over on the elevated tee of 11, Paige Pierce. A chance to air it out and throw a big moving shot. That looks great. That's exactly what you want. You're around 400 feet, you're in the open.
What you should open is a brand new box, and of course we're talking about the 10th anniversary box. Commemorative set, all put put together for you that you can go out and purchase at the Disc Golf Pro Shop. Head on over to dgpt.com/shop. And you can pick up your 10th season anniversary box. The box that's being offered, but plenty of other commemorative discs and merchandise will all be available for you. Speaking of merch,
Throwing her third over the pond. But she is in the bullseye. That is no easy line to hit.
and it becomes just the second birdie of the day on hole number 9.
Now that one. But I don't think they have people that give us a green or red flag.
There's a spotter there said they've been waiting until they clear the pond a little bit. Yeah, it is possible to get there.
What happened?
Right, her dirty bum.
Oh my goodness.
I know. I sit on that one.
There's the concept.
This is a PG-rated broadcast here.
Not attention. Man.
Husband and caddy on the bag, though. Justin helping out. Ryan with her third. And hitting very early. This could be big trouble. Let's take a look at hole number 9, and we're going to see the 2 different pin placements as you were alluding to, Val.
So I think the first 2 shots for these players are going to be pretty similar. The second shot, as we're playing to the B pin, you want to land more to the left. Then you have this third shot over the water. You have to choose left or right of that V tree in the middle, and you need to power up to climb the hill.
I think that just, again, emphasizes how impressive it was that we saw from Heidi Laine. The fact that she was able to go over in 2 and then had the look for eagle, which resulted in the tap-in the tap-in birdie. And after Natalie had connected with the tree kicking way left, having now just to pitch back out to here. So bogey at best.
Still, you have to hit that gap. If you connect with one of those trees that are guarding the opening, you're likely to go OB.
Exactly as you're saying, except for it barely stays in bounds. I think they should be ready to go here any moment now. And while they wait, we head to Pierce with her second on 11, playing right to the wall. Pierce trying to get to 3 under.
Natalie is struggling on hole 9. She's gonna bring herself back closer to the field. Just never know what's gonna happen on any given hole. There's so much trouble to be had. Again, the wind is still pretty calm. So at least there's that advantage going for the players. Not much room behind this tee pad. It's up on an elevated platform. And that might have been helpful. If you hyzer flare skips off to the right, there is this clump of trees that just absolutely jail.
That'll roll to left side of fairway, but more importantly, Missy has kept it clean through the initial tee shot here. Just trying to get through this gap. Oh, gets to the top of the hill. Hanley should be pretty happy with that. Ryan for bogey. Pierce puts in for birdie. She'll move to 3 under. And as you just saw, Ryan is going to likely fall back to 3 under after a double bogey. So that'll update here shortly. And there you go. So our leaders all at 3 under. Annika Sten joins the group.
But we know how dramatic hole 9 was for Paige Pierce as well, and she stepped up and followed it with 2 birdies.
And also checking in with our, well, we'll call them our bubble players at the moment, trying to get into that 20th spot. It is so close among these 3 women. Stacy Kiefer, currently the best of them, sitting at even. As of right now, Kiefer has jumped in front of Hannah Wynn to get into the top 20. That's with up to the moment stats and details. Of course, just about 3.5 rounds to go. Who will make it into the top 20? Scoggins just trying to lay up. Ultimately, it's going to leak out of bounds. The one advantage she'll have is she'll be able to take that really at any point on the line. Because she's gone out of bounds, she can bring that back to wherever she finds the best footing and the best line to go after the pin. Of course, you see the frustration from still going out of bounds, understandably so, but she'll be able to pick her most ideal spot for the next throw.
I can. I totally can. I just can't control as much as
Yeah. You get that right side like you liked.
I might be able to get over there.
You see exploring her options, and we've got Brian Earhart out there exploring hole 9. What are you seeing, Brian?
Yeah, well, first and foremost, the first thing that I noticed is the massive backup on 9 because of the new tee. Players on that second shot are having to pitch to the very bottom right before the OB like we saw with Owen, and because of that, and because of the fact that some drives can trickle down there, players have to wait on the tee. So Chase Card said that they waited almost 20 minutes to tee off on 9, and players were starting to joke about maybe we should turn this into a par 3 in the future to relieve that. But this second shot, while we are still playing this par 5, is really hard. The footing here is terrible. It's rare to get yourself into some flat footing. You're probably going to have to throw some sort of standstill shot to get up to the green here. It's tough.
Yeah, appreciate the insight, Brian, and I'll just reiterate again how impressive it was to see Line from left side of fairway go over and give herself a look for eagle, requiring both the power and the line to do so. Hanley going for that difficult pitch up, as Brian was just describing. Just trying to find the footing in the best spot to be. We'll take another look as I've been praising this shot.
And she's not even at the bottom of the hill. She's still on that slope. But she has a window, and she goes for it.
And you're seeing everyone else pitch to somewhere onto the hillside, or attempt to at least, and then be able to go over. And now Gannon is with her third. And it looks like she's going to be even pitching up more. Just playing for the position.
I feel like it's within range if she wanted to try and throw over the water here for her third.
Thinking if she was 5 or 10 feet to the right, then we would see her with a wide open swing and going after it. But instead, she's going to throw to there. And she's hoping to get up and down and save the par. Ryan on the tee of 10. That'll be a putt up over the castle wall. Pierce with the tee shot of 12.
Good place to be, high on that hill.
Kristen's third. Stays clean. So Kristen will have an opportunity for birdie.
The fact that it flattened up late in the flight, that's what really carried it too far. I love the hyzer angle she released it on.
And that will be a very difficult putt for Evelina. I think we might see some kind of overhand throw or turbo or something of that nature. I think we're going to see something creative. Evelina already has a relatively low release point, so throwing to an elevated area or elevated green like that is going to be extra difficult for her.
Misses the tree.
Not by much. That was scary for a moment, holding our breath. It looked like if she hit that tree, she was bound to fall back into the water and be out of bounds. This will be Missy's fourth.
You'd like to have a few steps behind this disc to give you that timing and that power to throw this shot.
It will be interesting to see how the scores ultimately shake out on this new tee and this new pin placement. Thinking Missy's throwing her fourth, a near perfect shot, and this could be someone actually throwing their second. So there's just so many things that can happen here. And we saw Owen trying to lay up, and it just barely had trickled out of bounds. So plenty of scoring possibilities here on the ninth. Gannon somehow misses the trees and into the hillside.
And Owen, after going OB, she's going to have awful footing. I mean, it all really depends, but the farther you get closer to that OB line, the more rough that ground gets. And it's rocky, it's got a lot of roots, it's sloped,
Yeah.
probably muddy.
Probably almost to where Bob is. Yeah. Or where.
Yeah, and this is exactly what I was talking about. With her going out of bounds, she can take anywhere on the line and find her best footing. She's going to sacrifice just a few feet of distance, probably.
Right, then it should be about where she is, probably.
Let me see. Yeah, that was it.
I think this one here is.
I'm thinking in the next couple of rounds or I guess the next round, that'll be the next time we play this pin, Ona is not going to be anywhere near this OB line. It was not a very good layup. She needed it to be at least 30 feet short of where she actually ended up for that perfect flat footing.
Looks like Owen's struggling to find the right disc that she's hunting down. Okay, now she's located it. Owen will have about the same distance as Missy Gannon. Raven Klein putting for birdie on the 14th and gets it. She has been putting together the birdies today. That's her 6th of the round. Very outside chance at Raven Klein making it to the Tour Championship. But as we said at the top of the show, if she were to win and take down the event, she would get that automatic qualifying spot. So Raven is going to have to really work in some magic, like Ella Hansen, her good friend, throws it in on the 10th.
Nice one, Ella.
A little forehand flick around the tree.
Well, she needed the perfect height, and that did it. For the very few birdies she's had on her scorecard, that's going to be one to remember.
Evelina trying to get creative. She's got the turbo pod. Evelina gets the birdie on 10.
For as rare of a sighting that is for Evelina, that was a very solid form. It wasn't wobbly at all. That's a good putt to practice in the backyard. You never know when you'll need it.
That is, without a doubt, the most common spot for a turbo putt on an annual basis. Is right there on that particular hole. We see more of them there than any other course. Kristen, a long birdie look. She's just outside of circle one. It's framed up. Not able to get through. A bounce back after the double bogey on 9. We see Ryan pick up the birdie on 10.
So steep. It's basically an elevated basket for Holland's putting. Right on line, but so low.
Missy has 2 birdies on the day, picking them up on 3 and 4. No bogeys, but she's going to need this putt to keep the clean scorecard going. Missy 2 under through the front 9 with that putt. Scoggins. Also in for the par. Stacy Kiefer off the tee of 14. This is basket hunting. Just deep. Short look for birdie. Stacy Kiefer has moved from 21st into 20th. Green is good in this case here, Val, as it is more often than not in disc golf, especially for Stacy Kiefer at the moment. Getting past Hannah Wynn, trying to secure that last spot. Kiefer for birdie. Playing alongside Eliezra Midling, who is also trying to find her way into the Tour Championship. Stacy 1 under for today's round.
And that's really good shooting. I would expect to see players around even or a couple under, still in the hunt and contention for this tournament. Let's see how much trouble can be had. Not only the OBs and the cons, but just the sheer technicality of every drive.
This is Pierce with her second on hole number 12.
Wow, that got way down there. She was on the left side the whole time.
A low release.
There you go.
Just inside circle 2, but she doesn't look pleased with it. Again, a slow start for Kristen, who has just 1 birdie through the front 9.
This is a big tee shot. 377 feet straight uphill. Players need to make sure their release point is on point and the height. It's all about the height climbing the hill. Owen is going to have a tricky approach from there. Already thinking about it. That's great height. Let's see if we can get a turbo cut out of Holland. And then it all depends on if you are putting through the low point of the castle or you have to go up over one of those high points.
Valerie Mundahano.
Get in!
On. What?
Run it down! I got your back.
Saving par from just off the fairway and way back. Mundahano struggling on the 12th, but will somehow walk away with a par.
Wow, yeah, that was a rough hole up to this point.
From that position, you're definitely assuming that would be her third and that would be a birdie throw-in, but found some struggles earlier on and ultimately saves the par from way back there. Pierce on the same hole. She has a look for birdie. Deep in circle 2. Head to 11.
Now we should have no problem reaching the opening. Within birdie range. And that's really where you want to be. Bring it out to the right, and now you're climbing the hill even more, but then that wall is a bit shorter, so you can feel a little more comfortable on that elevated pin. Natalie in contention to get back to 5 under. She can park it from where her drive has landed her.
Pierce doesn't love the tee shot, but somehow it fights through. Kristen in circle 2. And up and over the ledge, par likely coming. Ryan second. Oh, a big mistake. Ultimately fights through, but that was a relatively easy approach.
You might as well run for it. You're trying to throw up and over that wall anyways. Just a few inches short. This is the moment where when you're marking your lie or choosing not to mark your lie, knowing how much relief you can get behind the disc, that's just going to allow for a bit more arm swing on your putt.
All right, I got high now.
If anybody's worried about this wall and the height of the basket, it's going to be Owen.
And just as you called, Owen's going to double check. She can take a little relief from the back of the disc.
And she's using the disc as a visual, but the actual relief is 11 inches behind the back side of whether it's your disc or the mini marker. Size of a paper.
Birdie look for Ryan. And off the top, that's one that you're going to be second guessing, thinking, how did I make such an errant approach shot? And here we are looking at the birdie zone, which is brought to you by Birdie Pro, the best disc golf board game in the world. Get yours at your favorite disc golf shop or at BodaBrothers.com.
Pretty large birdie zone, I would say. You're throwing 600 feet, you're within eagle zone, but that 400-foot marker is exactly where you want to be, landing in that open area. If you're off to the right, I think even better. Give you a clear look at the pin, which is just on the inside of that tree line. If you land short, it is, well, you're rolling the dice, whether you get an open view or if you have an open arm swing because of the pine trees that are just sprinkled about. And this tee shot can be so challenging when the wind picks up. It is up on this elevated area, and you just can't really tell what the wind will do to your disc once you release it. And it has to be a high release to get over those trees. It's a pretty calm day, so it's green light.
Yeah, good shot.
Got plenty of space to work with. Kristen finds the open area, and that should set her up for an easy look at birdie.
Gonna have to put full flex on this shot to reach the open landing zone area.
And I believe it's come up short of that, so she may have a tree or two to contend with.
This is an active Christmas tree farm, so I always felt like, oh, the tree that you land behind, come back in a couple months and choose that one to take home for Christmas.
Lisa Fakis able to convert on the look from circle 2. Lisa back after sitting out last week due to injury.
Yeah, let's go.
Long range look from Haley King. Very slow start here for Haley, who left here last year as your champion, has yet to card a birdie.
Needs more of that in the next few holes.
Ryan off the tee of 12.
Those are really great height. And I'd say those trees are perfectly placed.
What do you think?
Might be a little long of ideal.
Forward, you mean right here? Where's forward? What do you mean forward? Yeah.
Toward the basket?
Toward the basket. Right here? Yes. Right here? Like you want to play it?
Yeah, I think that's pretty good.
Yeah,
That's pretty close.
Okay. Thank you.
Hopefully, Owen has high ceilings in our house. That tree is huge. That's a long drive from California to get that tree back home.
My feet looking good? No.
And such a premium on getting all the way out into the open area off the tee, and you see the struggles that Owen is having. Justin is going to use the umbrella to make the retrieval. Has gone from one tree to another. This one less than 50 feet away from where she previously threw from.
I don't think you can get park it from here, right?
No. I want to try.
Can you park it from here? Straight line. High.
The straight line?
Yeah, too high.
The straight line is up here. I can go with the white one inside.
Okay, too high.
The conversation between her and her husband, Justin.
The fact that Owen was able to give herself a run up, put a little extra power on it, and now she's putting. 2-meter rule not in effect.
Just thinking about the effort of putting a string of popcorn around some of these trees out here, and Justin trying to make the retrieval there with the umbrella.
Awesome shot from Missy.
I could do that if I wanted to.
Kristen has a much better visual of the pin, so she can choose basically any height that she wants to approach the basket with.
I feel like this is a big moment. I know we're on the 11th hole, but she has had such a slow start, and now she's put herself in a good position with a very solid drive, a relatively routine up and down here to give herself a look for birdie. This could be a big momentum shift for her and maybe build a little confidence.
Yeah.
The left side of pin with a look. Not quite as close as Gannon.
Trying to go left or right or right?
No, I'm going to go to the I don't have space.
It's been for a really long time, but
I can do that like that.
okay. Pretty high angle.
It's fun to listen in on the strategy of player and caddy talking out the shot. The sidearm definitely gives Holland a better opportunity. A lot of angle on that release and doesn't get past that last tree.
I just think the rapid play camera is going to be a little bit more precise.
Yeah, you're not. Yeah, it's hard to hold it on the line.
240 is not short.
Put it from a sling.
Great drive and positioning off the tee shot.
She barely gets halfway.
Yeah, certainly not a good approach. Pierce on the 14th. That one's going to find land. Can it stay in bounds? And it does. Still a long look for birdie. And the pitch up should secure the par, but you have to be thinking that after such a great tee shot, a par is going to be incredibly disappointing there.
Another low attempt from Holland.
This is legal, right? With my feet?
So this is the drop zone for the women's tee.
Mondahano.
Oh my! She is just finding the bottom of the basket with that putter.
Back-to-back par saves that we've seen here coming on holes 12 and 14.
This is the definition of a death putt, especially from that distance, but the water is 10 feet behind the basket. So any aggressive putt that misses is likely to go OB again. Oh, missing the basket completely. That is very rare to see.
Pierce has a birdie luck. She gets it to drop in. Pierce will move to 4 under.
That was a solid putt coming back for Owen. Death putt behind the pin.
For her second birdie of the round, Kristen is in on the 11th. She claws back to even par. Great approach by Missy Gannon, gives her the short birdie look. Pierce on the 15th. Paige Pierce is in contention on the 15th.
Tone technology by Clash Discs.
Pre-flight check complete. We are go for launch. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Go for launch.
You're looking at a work of art. No, it's not the Mona Lisa. But this beautiful can costs a lot less and looks magnificent in your bathroom. And Mona Lisa can't give you a smooth, close shave. Barbasol, it's a can of can-do.
This sport is about trust. It's about confidence in your disc. All the untold hours of development and commitment are here for you. The MVP Pro Shop. Start your journey today.
Paige is way on the left side of the fairway, fighting her way back. Work to do to save a par.
Ella Hansen finding the line on the 13th. It could track all the way down. She'll have a look. extend. One of our co-leaders set up great for the lefty. Backhand shot, but she's safe. We saw some great putting from her last weekend. She'll have a chance for birdie on the 14th. Ryan. This looks overturned. And we'll get a kick back out, but looking like a par.
Kristen going with the hyzer line as opposed to the high turnover shot. Doesn't get you quite as much distance, but we'll see how she lines up to the opening.
I feel like we've seen some pretty incredible approaches from Kristen on this particular hole, on hole 12, but now seeing Ryan's approach on the 13th. Gannon on the tee of 12. Needs to stay straighter longer. Otherwise, that's going to be pinched on the left side. It's going to be a difficult approach for Missy.
I really don't think that's the play for Missy, even though she's always smiling. You really want to be so far to the right. You want to have an open second shot.
But you want to be where Holland is, pretty much.
That would work. I always line up shots. There's this rock that's in the middle of that grassy area, and that is a perfect position. At least something to aim for when you're standing on the tee. That rock right there. The fact that they've added 4 or 5 new trees, that's really going to change up how the players need to place that tee shot.
Pierce is able to secure the par. She'll remain at 4 under, a co-leader. Anakin trying to get to 5 under.
And that's what happens.
Able to make the comeback putt, but it's going to be a bogey for Anakin, her first of the day.
Where's Mark? Hopefully she can get that putter back.
Hansen has the birdie look. And to get within one of our leaders, Ella Hansen to 3 under.
The higher you are on the hill with your drive, the more blind the second shot is. Well, gets most of the way there. She's going to have a downhill putt. This is a dog leg shot for Missy.
Yeah.
Just getting past those trees within sight close to us, and then it sharply heads down to the left. The fear is hyzering out too early. This would be a miracle if Missy could give herself a look for a putt. find out.
Speaking of the new trees that have just been put in, one's going to come into play here for Kristen.
Are these maples on the hill?
Seems only fitting, doesn't it, Val?
But these are going to make this hole so much more challenging moving forward. Like it needed any more difficulty. Even the shot here, Kristen can see the basket, but it is so steeply downhill. Using the elevation to her advantage. Beautifully done from Kristen. It's so tough to throw the dead straight shot down this hill and expect that it's going to continue flying straight. You're going to hyzer out at some point. And so Kristen finding that window on the left was very smart. We were saying just a few minutes ago, or a few holes ago, Kristen has been very slow to get something going, and now she's getting her shots a little bit more online, giving herself these birdie chances. All of a sudden, Kristen's going to be back in the hunt at the top.
Right now, she's currently tied for 11th with Owen Scoggins along with Stacy Kiefer and Eliezer Midling. Even par being 4 off the pace of our leaders. Hansen off the tee of 14. A nervy putt coming up for Ella Hansen. Not so much for Scoggins though, as she buries that one. Back-to-back birdies. Kristen trying to gain momentum, and she picks one up on the 12th. Now birdieing 3 of her last 5, as you said, Val, trying to get something going here after a very slow start. Way back up the hill to the tee of 13. Ryan on the tee of 14. This is hung out wide to the right. Does it have enough room to swing back? It doesn't. Ryan will go to the drop zone. From the throw cam, you see not really even a chance.
Just outside the circle. Oh, and so thankful to hit one of the higher posts on that fence to stay safe.
Ella Hansen can take the lead here with the putt on 14. So off the mark. She doesn't become a co-leader, but it is getting very tight up on top. We're seeing Missy Gannon, Paige Pierce, and Raven Klein all at 4 under. Ella had her chance to join them. And Natalie Ryan is going to be falling back a little more after what will be at least a bogey on the 14th. Fifth hardest hole on the course, hole number 13. Just buried all the way down in there, and it always is dark, even no matter what time of day it is. It is a very dark spot tucked away down there on the course.
And I think that hole 13 is all about disc selection. You release the disc, it's flying downhill, so something understable or maybe a slower speed disc, that is going to give you the best chance to hit that opening. And then the speed ramps up as it heads downhill, and so that's just going to carry you down to the basket into the depths. You have an incredible shot if you're going to give yourself a look for birdie. I think most players are happy to just punch through that opening and actually hit the line from this tee. You see this quite often, and and unfortunately she doesn't get into the tree. She's going to be on the outside with a 30-foot wall of trees in front of her. Let's see if she chooses to go pitch out back to the left instead.
This is one of the few holes on the course that's played from the same tee to the same pin in both MPO and FPO. 472 feet. Owen just wants a putt. She wants a look.
Have to see what she's left with over on the left side. Stacy Kiefer with a great drive and a solid birdie putt. Her first or second birdie of the day.
Grabs the right side chain and pulls it in. She's birdied 14 and 16. She had a bogey on 15, but she birdies 14 and 16. And right now still out in front of the pack of the three that are trying to vie for that final spot in the Tour Championship. Came in 21st. Now sitting in 20th, which was the spot previously held by Hannah Wynn. Hannah having a little bit of a struggle here today. And Stacy right there ready to take that final spot. Off in the distance here, quite the eruption. And way out of position, as you said, Val. Not even really getting into position for par. Just gonna have to maneuver around some final trees near the green. Difficult par look coming up for Kristen.
Choosing that line for Holland ensured that she got more distance and was able to get closer to the pin. There's, of course, that line right in front of her, that dead straight path, but connecting with one of those trees, then you're just out of birdie range completely. I always think of this hole as a par 4, excuse me. This is a par 3 on 13. It is just so rare that you see anyone getting a birdie on this hole.
Yeah, I was just double checking, seeing that Ella Hansen is the only birdie that we've seen today. She collected birdies on 10, 12, and 13. So certainly playing more like a par 4 than a par 3. Kristen trying to avoid bogey here, and not really even a chance at that.
Oh, what?
The disc had a late flip in its flight to miss the window at the end. But I guess there's a backdoor route. Let's see how far Natalie can get with this. Just a little long of the pin, but a very great throw.
Raven Klein trying to close out with a par on the 18th, and a solid opening round here for Raven. Sitting at 4 under, a co-leader at the moment. Raven putting together quite a few birdies out there today.
Despite the rain, we've seen some really great scores. Only if you're on Scoggins, you're going for a putt like that. Typically, you want to be inside the circle if you're trying to give this a bid. It drops off behind the pin pretty steeply.
When they started playing this hole, it was coming in as the 5th most difficult. I think that number is actually going to probably even move up to the 4th most difficult by the time we see this card completed. Makes the one lone birdie by Ella that much more impressive, knowing she's the only woman in the field to get it today. Speaking of Ella, now the birdie look on 15.
Paige completely missed the line and got a kick far to the right.
A short range connection for Ryan. The bounce back after the bogey on the 14th. Great opening round by Raven Klein. Raven would need to win this weekend in order to punch her ticket to the Tour Championship, currently sitting outside of the top 20 and then some, so her last chance to get in would be with a win.
What a story that would be.
It certainly would be, and she's had a solid opening day here, so we'll see what she can do tomorrow. Thinking at worst case scenario, she'll be on chase card. Gannon off the tee of 14. This looks wide. And not enough. Gannon, who's had a clean scorecard through the first 13 holes, is going to have that in jeopardy. She'll have a look from the drop zone, though, and we've seen at least one or two connections from there from 38 feet. Scoggins. Inbounds. Edge of circle one.
The wind is picking up.
If you're just looking to get inbounds, I would say the wind is somewhat in your favor. It seems to be blowing a little bit from right to left. So a righty backhand hyzer, as we're seeing from Kristen. If anything, will just push it more to the left, but at least should bring you inbounds. And that's exactly where Kristen is. We'll see how confident she is with her putting stroke.
Yeah, these backhand shots, all they need is height. That's going to allow you to get back inbounds. Oh, this turned over and flowed straight for Holland. Never a chance. Big mistake from Holland.
As they walk to the drop zone, we're going to stand down.
Help! It's a weed.
Hey. Leave that poor boy alone.
And who are you supposed to be, punk?
I'm you, man.
Huh?
TeamDiscraft.com, your ultimate destination for exclusive player-inspired releases, collaborations, and collections. Discover limited edition discs, apparel, and accessories you won't find anywhere else. TeamDiscraft.com brings you the gear you need for the ultimate fan shopping experience. Don't miss out on these one-of-a-kind items. Shop today and rep your favorite team.
Welcome back. Scoggins connects for birdie. Just inside the circle and a few feet closer will be Kristen. And moments ago you saw Missy Gannon save the par from the drop zone. She keeps the clean scorecard going. Great putting here on the green of 14. Everyone converts except for Hanley, who's going to walk away with the bogey. Take another look from a different angle for Missy Gannon.
Doesn't look so scary from this angle.
Until we pan to the right. So 2 birdies, a par, and a bogey on the 14th.
Very steady round from Missy. Of course, hitting that huge putt earlier in the round. This last putt was just a few feet shorter than that. They're marking it at 57 feet from that drop zone. Good.
Pierce, who was well off her mark, we saw that a little while ago. She threw to here, so this is her 3rd. Not likely to be a co-leader by the time we complete 16, even though she does give that a chance. And Pierce would go on to bogey and fall back to 3 under. Let's take a look at Val's keys for closing, brought to us by BlackInkDisc.com, the premium disc golf store.
Well, I think 16's tee shot requires powerful accuracy, even 15 for that matter. 17 creates that strategy as we head into hole 18 as well. There's a lot of thought that needs to go into every shot as we finish out this course. And when you step up to 18's upshot, what are you going to do? You've got the crowd behind the pin, and it's going to continue to grow through the weekend. How do you calm the nerves and execute the shots you need? That's going to be essential.
Stacy Kiefer closing out on 18. It's going to be with a par. Stacy Kiefer 1 under for today's effort. To hunt down Ellie, or excuse me, trying to hold off Ellie, but also get ahead of Hannah Wynn. So far successful today. 3 rounds left to go.
All right, 14, Missy. 3, Owen. 2, Kristen. 2, Colin 4.
Move to the tee of 15.
It's not me, right? Oh, again me? Always 16. Oh, are you okay?
That's what you said you were going to do.
We'll see. I'm thinking.
A narrow fairway, and we know how Owen Really loves to throw plenty of flex on her shots, or requires some flexing, and that's going to be, I think, difficult here on the 15th. We'll see if she can find just the right angle. And it's low, out of her hand. Doesn't hit anything, gets good forward progress. Gallery likes it.
Ooh. Oh my God, get some.
Putt. Pretty satisfied if you can reach the top of the hill near the pin. At least you're going to give yourself a look at birdie.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep. Catches a tree at the very end to keep her close. Starting to fade away from the basket at the end. A one time. Well, there's no OB down here, but this is not a tee shot you want to connect with an early tree. Now Holland's down in this valley, having to throw uphill through hundreds of trees still.
Oh, I knew I was going to hit it because I thought I was going to hit it.
And that's how accurate Paige Pierce is. You can't put that in your mind, and that's all you're going to be thinking about.
Oh wait, the basket's that way, I guess. So here.
This could be trouble, as Paige has to make sure she doesn't find the right side, because there's no way to cut through. But instead finds the center of the fairway. So a possible par save coming up for Pierce.
Holland thankfully has a clean arm swing. And get full power on that standstill shot. Up the top of the hill, near the edge of the circle. Once you hit the sponsor walls, that's where the fairway starts to head directly to the right. It's a dogleg shot here for Paige.
She'll have that left to save par, and that's going to be very daunting considering the elevated basket with the drop off directly behind. Remember, Paige was a co-leader not long ago. Struggling on 16 and isn't out of the woods yet on 17. Slight pause for Scoggins. It's not the first time we've seen Owen stand down for a distraction.
These wooded holes are so tightly compact that it could be fairways over, and you could still hear people moving around or cheering. What
a par save. not what we expected after that tee shot. I think Holland's going to even be impressed with herself that she was able to get up and down and save par.
Well, maybe later.
Now she's in a, maybe a little bit, mode of frustration, but that was certainly impressive that she was able to walk away with a 3. Not enough for Missy. That was to become the outright leader at 5 under.
And I can count at least 3 putts for Missy that have just been an inch or 2 low today. Everything has looked very much online. Could be 3 more birdies on her scorecard.
This is for Kristen to pull within 2 of our co-leaders. On the mark, Kristen picks up the birdie on the 15th.
And knowing the struggles that Paige Pierce is having, it shows the difficulty of these finishing holes, and for Kristen to get back on the horse, string up some birdies, that could really pay off. Even though her round has been very slow, it's not too late.
Ryan on the tee of 16.
Nope. There's a pond over there.
I was just thinking that's likely out of bounds. If not, it might as well be. It's going to be so incredibly punishing over there. Hansen also on the tee of 16.
Well, that's a new window. She finds herself back in the middle of the fairway.
Let's take a look here on 16, exactly where the pin is. You see it tucked down and to the right. This is a different pin from what the MPO players will see. However, I feel like the required line is just as difficult.
Yeah, the players are trying to throw a shot that finishes off to the right. So whether it's a forehand or an Anheuser shot down to the basket, you want to get just short of the pin and hopefully give yourself a look at birdie. But it's all about getting a clean tee shot. There is a tunnel right off of the tee, and that's really the gap that you need to hit. Anything else getting down the fairway just is a little bit of a bonus. But the first initial task is getting off the tee clean. I think about this course and how many variations of the course design, the tees, and different basket placements. It is really fun to see how this course has altered through the years. It's a shot from Evelina. Maybe on the hillside, heading back down to the pin.
Pierce is just going to lay up, but will leave her with a bogey. Pierce, I believe, will fall back to 2 under. Hannah Wynn is in for the par. And Hannah Wynn has lost quite a bit of ground to Stacy Kiefer who's trying to take that 20th spot. Ezra right there. So right now, Stacy and Ellie having the best chances at possibly finding that 20th spot. Maybe a battle between the two of them, depending on how Hannah can bounce back tomorrow.
Wow, it's amazing to see that they're watching the Disc Golf Network on that house.
These are the Christmas colors we're seeing there, the red and the green as well out here at the Christmas Tree Farm, as Ryan is going to be short.
No, these like 20-minute backups got me both times. What the heck?
Natalie's talking about how the long waits on the tee pad have been getting to her. The conservative tee shot from Paige, right in the middle.
Ella will have a drop-in par coming up on the 16th. And as they're playing the 16th, that means our final feature card is just waiting on the tee for them to clear off. So a couple of times pace of play has come into play here today. And what we thought was a bogey for Paige on the 17th actually was a double. She had found out of bounds during her third shot up and above. So when we watched her just pitch up next to the basket, that was for bogey, and she would go on to tap in for double. I believe that OB was added maybe last year for the first time. And Ryan is off the front. And that will be a double bogey, which means Natalie will fall back to 2 under.
Mertz has had an up and down day. Currently sitting at even. It's going to be a bogey coming up to add to her scorecard.
As you mentioned, she's had 5 birdies on the day, but now 6 bogeys. This double bogey by Natalie, again, will bring her to 2 under, which will be 2 off of our co-leaders.
It's actually a double bogey coming up for Kat Mertz as well. So I cannot stress the importance of a clean tee shot on 16. Players are really finding trouble.
And speaking of clean tee shots, Missy Gannon, the only competitor in the entire field to still have a clean scorecard. I feel like I've said that probably 10 times in the last year or two, is Missy Gannon just finds a way to stay so consistent. She's had a couple of incredible par saves, including the one back on hole 14, but the only player in the field still with a clean scorecard. Kristen has been turning it on over the last few holes. She's picked up 4 birdies in the last 5 holes. Trying to close out strong, possibly fight for a spot on the lead card tomorrow. And this is incredible. All the way up there, she'll have a look for birdie. Little tee pad maintenance here for Owen. Going to the backhand.
Oh, miss that. Miss.
If she has a lane, I think she'll be aggressive there. It's a matter of one of those trees come into play or not.
She's still pretty far outside. She's deep inside circle 2.
Well, it's going. But it's too far. Hi.
Needed more turn to get over to the right and get some more distance on that. Should be just a layup for Missy. What just happened there? That was a complete yank from Holland.
Some frustration that we hear from Holland.
Yeah, 3 errant tee shots in the last 3 holes.
Pierce will secure a par with that tap in. Ella off the tee of 17. That's not far from where we saw Pierce in 2 shots. So Ella will have a chance to get around the corner and possibly pick up a birdie. And Anakin pulls hers hard to the left. And coming in to hole 18 at 3 under, a very good chance to find herself on the lead card, but struggles off the tee. Big drive by Evelina.
That is exactly where you want to be. She's going to be looking straight down the tunnel for her second shot. Might even be able to see the pin. Well, Holland is setting up her second shot. Trying to get a visual of which tree she should aim for.
And you see just to the left there is where the OB can come into play. White stakes there along the left side of the road.
Needs to have a high release on this one, and she needs to make sure it's penetrating through that gap, or we can see those large 2 rocks at the top of our screen. Leaves it inside, but somehow it gets all the way through. I know that's not what she wanted to do, but that worked out. So this could be another huge par save for Holland.
Ideal landing zone here for Salonen. She'll have that left for birdie.
It's absolutely textbook of how you would want to play hole 17.
That looks shy. Just barely though. So Ella Hansen also will have a look for birdie. Ella can get to 4 under. That's where our co-leader Missy Gannon is at the moment.
Missy needs to be strategic with where she wants her putter to land as she approaches the basket. And go wide to the right outside of that V tree. I think it's tough to get any closer to the V tree trying to go that left-hand route. Come on. Was that what she was lining up?
I knew that was a play.
I don't think she was trying to split them, but nonetheless, she'll be right next to the pin for a tap-in par.
The last thing you would want to do is hit that tree.
Anakin, after going out of bounds, throwing her third. This should be just a pitch. And from there, she'll look to go over. Hopefully keep the damage to just a bogey. Scoggins gets aggressive. I knew with the uphill slope to this, even in circle 2, Own would be trying to give it a run. And Ryan will again bounce back. Every time after either a bogey or double bogey today, Ryan has found a way to come back with the birdie on the next hole. Can Holland save a par again?
Come on, dude.
And the roll.
Only about 3 feet forward and a slightly more difficult angle coming up for Holland now. Incredible focus to come back and then make that one.
Last weekend at the GMC, she had a really rough round 1. And she really had to fight her way back the next 3 rounds. I think she was down in 28th place after round 1. So there was some grit and determination out of Holland last weekend. Looks like she might have to fight her way back again this weekend.
Kristen can pull within one of our leaders. Three in a row for Kristen. She moves to 3 under, just 1 back of Missy Gannon, Ella Hansen, and Raven Klein.
Through 7 holes, Kristen was 2 over. She has really lit it up in this back 9.
She continues to find a way to turn things around. And I do not mean to, you know, give her a hard time in any sense. It's just the numbers. You're looking at her last 4 rounds. They've been so slow, and then each time finding a way to battle back. It's where she's getting that from, I'm not sure. She's keeping herself in contention, and then you saw how it paid off last weekend, but slow starts again. And Ella Hansen now 4 under. Make sure a co-leader with Missy and Raven. Salonen can get to 3 under. And the worst time and place to be that far off on your putt, as that's an elevated basket. I was just saying that a few minutes ago. It's going to take 1, if not 2 more, to get her to complete that hole. Sets up well for the lefty approach coming from Anakin.
Just brutal to see her miss that birdie putt.
Be left with this on the comeback, but she makes it.
Wow, fantastic.
What is that? A 10 times harder putt on the comeback from 1 knee up to the elevated pin. We roll the Zuka replay as Evelina will escape with a par. Evelina keeping it exciting. Saarinen from the drop zone. Oh, and she gets that one.
Not very enthusiastic. A very rough round today for Silva. A great final throw, but she is going to have a lot of work to do. Narrowly missing that tree on the right.
She'll be looking for another forehand approach, possibly picking up a birdie on the 17th. If so, that would be her 4th in a row. Overturn for Scoggins.
If you're going to make a mistake anywhere, being on that left-hand side of the fairway is way better than the right.
Easily splitting the uprights, no problem for Gannon. Ella has 6 birdies on the day. She had the double bogey back on 8, but 6 birdies on her round. Can she get to 5 under? We'll see how aggressive she wants to be with her second shot. The forehand has looked on today, so we'll see if she actually goes after the green on that second shot or if she just lays up, trying to walk away with a par.
And the rain is coming down. A backhand shot can give you more distance, climb the hill, and give you a little bit of a shorter approach. It's still scary to go for this island green and 2 on 18.
Paige Pierce had closed out at 1 under. At one point was a co-leader, and we thought was going to be maybe a front runner here in the event. Anakin struggled to close out her round. Has fallen down into a tie for 6th.
And Owen is going to have to remember that OB line up there, lining the left side of the second part of this fairway. That add wall creates a good visual. To be so accurate on the angle of release. Needs to throw this a little bit nose up, carry up and over the hill. She can get it within putting range, but it's going to take a lot. It's not going to help to have an umbrella in the way.
Thank you, thank you.
All jail on that right side. Good release from Owen.
It's caught up about halfway through.
Yeah, thank you. As long as
So, albeit safe, we'll see how aggressive she is on the putt.
Ella's just too far back. This is a layup. Not the best layup.
Yeah, you certainly don't want to be bringing that tree into play. I think she's going to be clear of it, but you don't want to have it be anywhere near it. Missy throwing her second.
Something's happening on 18. You can hear the roar.
Missy will be inside the circle. She might be able to get to 5 under. Ryan going for the green. And out of bounds. So from there, Natalie will go to the drop zone. Oh, and I stand corrected. She may just go to where it was last in bounds in that case. Kristen gets hung up. See a look of disappointment and frustration off the release there by Kristen. Par shouldn't be a problem from there. And look at how that tree is actually coming into play for Ella, having to kind of duck around it. But a solid stick to the green. So Ella Hansen will have that short putt. A par means 4 under. And almost certainly then on the lead card. Well, there's a chance it doesn't happen, but I'm guessing we'll see Ella Hansen on lead card tomorrow.
Colin had a great drive. Relatively easy second shot. You play from where the disc was last in bounds. Across the island green, you go to the drop zone.
Throw in.
Oh my God. There's the roars. Wow. To save par.
Unbelievable.
She releases it a little high, goes through those branches, and somehow finds the basket. Wow. A little up and down and all over the place in those last 5 holes for Natalie Ryan. She's going to finish at 3 under. Natalie Ryan, 2 birdies, a par, a bogey, and a double bogey in those last 5 holes. See how crazy Owen wants to get.
Par by Owen will keep her at 2 under. Assuming she pars on the 18th, that means we will see her on the chase card. I don't think Owen necessarily sets up real well for going after a birdie on the final hole. We'll see if she proves me wrong, but a par would keep her on the chase card for tomorrow.
So this elevated pin is placed right on a ledge. So it drops off about 5 feet on the right side of that basket.
Kristen for her 4th birdie in a row. Just barely off for Kristen. Missy looking for just the right grip. Gannon to get to 5 under and become solo leader.
I was not expecting that after so many great putts from Missy today. She's going to have a tester putt coming back.
So Ella is in for the par on the 18th. She's sitting at 4 under. What a battle. There's so many implications here as to what Missy will do on the 17th. Also, we'll have to see what Kristen can do on the 18th and if she can secure herself a spot on the lead card. Raven Klein in there battling today. She's going to be in great position. Starting to look at PDGA numbers and where the tiebreakers will go. But Gannon to remain tied for the lead. She gets it. How? Why? How did I make that one, she's saying. Just 10 times harder, just as we were saying about Evelina Salonen after missing her birdie putt. She also made the par save. Hanley now for birdie. Hanley would be kicking herself had she not gotten up and down from where she was, considering she had such a perfect tee shot. With umbrella in hand, Scoggins cleans up. Take another look at Missy. This is to avoid any bogeys on the scorecard.
Had some huge putts today, and then, of course, missing some shorter range putts to get a few more birdies. She remains at 4 under, bogey free. We still have a hole 18 to play. We have yet to see a birdie on 18.
Last hole?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Baby, you ready? Thank you. Thank you, nothing.
What are you, Terry?
I don't know. Big trash talking Missy is what I'm hearing out there. I like it.
Tee shot requires a slightly nose up drive, fading from left to right. Too much turn for Holland.
Par from Kristen will keep her on the lead card. That's assuming Owen doesn't birdie. Owen does have a lower PDGA number than Kristen, so if Owen were to birdie and get to 3 under, she would take the final spot.
This hole has just been made more difficult each year. We used to throw from a tee pad at least 150 feet shorter. You can actually see it, that white flag over on the left. And now they've brought in that OB line on that left side.
Tee shot for Missy. And Ella Hansen is in the clubhouse with Brian Earhart right after a round. Here's what she had to say.
Joining us now, Ella Hansen, 4 down, opening round here at Maple Hill. How satisfied with that number are you?
Fine. I feel great about it. I have been, I don't know, not like mega struggling, but just not putting it together lately. So, especially first round. So it feels really good to have a solid first one. Felt good.
What was clicking for you today that, like you said, hasn't quite been clicking?
I think I've been feeling more confident hitting my lines with backhands. I think have always been pretty confident with the forehands this year, but like last week at Brewster, just kept hitting like first available on a couple shots. So today just felt really good throwing the disc well and capitalizing when I had the opportunity.
It's a playoff here at Maple Hill, but it doesn't feel like a playoff. It feels like a party.
Yeah.
So when you're playing as an athlete here, is it hard to tune out all the noise coming from all different places?
I don't mind it, honestly. I think that I play best when I'm loose and I'm having a good time and have some music in my head. So personally, I don't mind it. I feel like it's kind of nice. It makes me stay out of my head a little bit.
Well, tomorrow the weather's supposed to shape up at least better than today. How much farther under par do you feel like you have to go to put up the hot round?
Yeah, I think hot round today or tomorrow could be like 6 or 8 for sure. This course is hard, but it is definitely scoreable, especially I think both the changes on 1 and 9 make it easier in this layout, or score a little lower to par, but yeah, I could definitely see someone laying down one of those numbers.
Well, Ella, great opening round today. We'll see you tomorrow. Good luck.
Thank you.
So we heard Ella Hansen mention how she struggled sometimes during her first round, but definitely ready to go and enjoying the atmosphere and the vibes out here.
When she thought the cameras were off.
Oh.
They are always rolling. And Ella, we talk about her as a big distance thrower. So for her to be at the top of our leaderboard in a very technical course, that shows that she was on her game. And the landing zone is right near that tree. If you can get past the tree, you're in a good spot. Yeah, better angle to get to the island. Come on back.
It looked to be wide, still finds the inbounds area. So we'll see if she can get up and down and save par. And another one of our co-leaders who happens to be really good friends with Ella Hansen, that's Raven Klein. She's in the clubhouse with Brian. Here's what she had to say.
All right, joining us now, Raven Klein. Opening day here at Maple Hill, 4 under par in the rain. How does it feel?
Feels great. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of what I was going for because there's so many birdies out here, and I feel like I'm always staring them down, but today everything clicked.
What was clicking especially well for you out there? What felt like something you could walk away satisfied with?
There wasn't a single putt that I didn't think I was going to make.
How much work do you have to put in to get to that spot with your putting? Is it kind of an up and down thing, or do you feel like you've been putting extra work in lately?
Definitely an up and down thing. Most of the season I felt pretty good with putting. I actually feel like I was just in a rut a couple weeks ago, but it's back, and I don't think it has to do with me practicing putting. It was all up here.
Talk about what Maple Hill makes you feel. Do you enjoy playing here?
I do, yeah. I love wooded courses. This place is really cool. I love the Christmas trees. I was actually talking about, I was like, I wish there was a little bit of snow, but nobody shares that opinion with me. And just the energy here. I mean, the volunteers are great. The fans are great. Even though it's raining, we still had a ton of people out for the early cards, which was really nice.
Raven, round 2 tomorrow. Good luck out there. We'll see you.
Thank you so much.
Congrats to Raven Klein on a solid opening round. Excited to see her tomorrow.
This is where I would go for it from if I was. You always still try to get people on the boat. Yeah, I want to go for it. Okay. I want to try.
We hear the external thought process coming from Holland. Talking about this is the range where she would go for it, and she's going to do just that.
Has to get the distance dialed up and leaves this one really wide. Does not clear the island green, so she'll take it from last inbounds on this side of the fairway.
A birdie would have gotten her into the top 10, and now she'll fall back as far as possibly 15th or 16th or more. And this is so crucial because Holland Hanley falling way off the pace gives some other players an opportunity to possibly catch her or get past her in the tour point standings. And as we take a look at it, as of right now, Missy Gannon has overtaken Holland and has moved into first in the tour point standings. So Holland not only has to have a solid weekend, but she has to be concerned about where everyone else is finishing around her. She has to be in contention and in the mix with a good performance here if she wants to hold on to the tour points lead.
The tour points leader at the end of the year gets a paycheck and some accolades for that, but then of course getting those strokes in the Tour Championship I think is where you really can set yourself up for the biggest money of the year. Missy knows all about that.
Kristen has won the Tour Points Championship before, and right now is finding herself next to the basket. It's going to be an easy par for Kristen to close out. Holland has been so consistent throughout this year. However, if she were to have a poor performance this weekend, like I said, it could knock her out of that top spot. 5 players have held the #1 spot this season, which is the most of any Pro Tour season.
I think only if you cross over the island you go to the drop zone.
Think about the fact that we haven't seen any birdies on this hole in round 1. And what will it be as we get to Championship Sunday? What kind of move can you really make on 18 if birdie might be out of the question? Hopefully you have a big enough lead walking up this fairway. This is such a scary shot to throw. You need to have enough height to get over the rock wall right in front of you, but then low enough that it drops right before the rock wall behind the pin. Well placed.
Missy looking for a bogey-free 4-under opening round.
Yeah, the rock. No, I mean, it went straight into the
barely gets in bounds. Holland almost adding to her troubles that she's already found here on hole number 18. And with every position she drops during this tournament, that just gives more and more opportunities for the likes of Kristen or possibly Missy, either or, to come in and overclaim that points title. Overtake it. Solid putt, but you can see the frustration as Holland Hanley struggles mightily here in round number 1. She trails Missy Gannon by 24 points in the Disc Golf Pro Tour standings. In for the par. Kristen, short range for par. Kristen has birdied 5 of her last 8 and will round out our lead card tomorrow. Missy, bogey-free, co-leader after day 1.
Everybody give it up for the FPO feature card right now. Let me hear you.
Welcome back in. We saw Owen getting excited. I know there's some beverages that are offered up once the scorecards have been completed. Owen is there for it. But what's your initial takeaway from today?
Well, I think we saw some really good rounds, despite the rain and what the weather could really, cause players to do in these very technical woods. So I think it was really great. I think every player on our lead card has a story to tell about round one and how they got there. But it's setting us up for another very competitive weekend, just like we saw last weekend.
Yeah, some great focus. I think back about not seeing any major slips or any massive any ways that they fell apart or anything of that nature out there. So great concentration. We've got more to break down. We're going to have Tournament Central and the OTB shot of the day all on the other side. We'll be right back. Another birdie would seal the win here. Yeah! For $35,000. Congratulations, Ricky Wysocki, your Pro Tour champion 2022.
I am Nico Santila, and this is the Discmania score bag.
Now, Dan, let's meet our women's finalists.
Boom! How hard did she throw? I mean, the women's division is getting a lot tougher.
Oh, another one. World champion.
She's not holding back. Nope.
Good round, ladies.
Pound's the best of the best. It's the quality, the craftsmanship, the vision for what a bag could be. Let's start from the beginning. I didn't choose Pound, I chose Levi. I trusted Levi to make the best bag possible.
He's always trying to innovate. He wants it to be perfect. And I think he's the kind of guy that nothing's ever perfect.
I trust the product, I trust the people behind the product.
At this point, I don't think anyone's disputing that it's the best made bag.
What's up, everyone? James Conrad here with Team MVP. I'm just here to chat a little bit about the Detour. It's one of the discs that came out this year in the James Conrad line of discs. I'd say my favorite shots with it are hitting it on a fair amount of hyzer, letting her slowly stand up and finish to the right. We wanted something that was able to be thrown with a ton of power, but something that would also be workable for someone without quite as much power. I think that they nailed it with the detour.
Welcome to Tournament Central. And Missy Gannon is one of our co-leaders along with Raven Klein and Ella Hansen. Shot 4 under. That was a bogey-free effort, the only bogey-free scorecard in the entire division today. Take a look back at how she did it, including the standstill on hole number 5. That would be one of her 4 birdies. Excuse me, hole number 4. Set up a good position on 11 for a short range birdie putt.
Massive putts today. There were 3 putts around 50 feet. There's a handful of putts that she missed inside the circle, but this one on 17, a huge save for par. And I feel like that was Missy's story today. Wasn't a ton of birdies, but a lot of great par saves.
It's certainly big money Missy season as we're closing out with some of the biggest paychecks here in our playoffs, along with the Pro Tour Championship. Clean scorecard throughout. Just 4 birdies, no bogeys. And we caught up with Missy after a round. Here's what she had to say.
All right, joining us now, tied for the lead going into round number 2, Missy Gannon. 4 down today. You walked up the stairs here, not so satisfied. Can you talk about the day?
I mean, anybody that goes back and was either watching live or sees it later, I had a lot of birdie putts out there that I couldn't quite connect on, and but on the flip side, I was jamming huge putts to save par here and there, and those are just frustrating because you know that you left a lot out there, but I'm choosing to take all the positives and know that, hey, I was still making those putts, and I'm bogey free at Maple Hill, and that's pretty tough to do. So I'm overall, I'm okay.
Throwing wise, it looked like you were great.
Mm-hmm.
You hit a lot of fairways.
Mm-hmm.
How does the disc feel coming out of your hand, and how comfortable do you feel on these tee shots?
Yeah, I feel great. I got through my practice rounds really well. Actually, one of them was playing in the Pro-Am event, which was so fun, and I used that as really good practice, kind of competitive practice, and yeah, that was a good way to kind of feel out my instincts, because it was my first practice round out there was the Pro-Am event. So yeah, I feel good. I'm trusting all of my discs. A lot of thrashers still, because they fly like fairways like me for me, and yeah, just hitting the gaps is key out here, and I did that pretty well.
Well, all things considered, you're in the first place going into tomorrow. Good luck. We'll see you out there.
Thank you.
And congrats to Missy Gannon on the solid performance. I'm going to also shout out quickly, Raven Klein, I believe, had the highest rated round of her career today, shooting a 10-16 rated 4 under. So congrats to her, and I'm excited to see our lead card tomorrow. Val, OTB shot of the day candidates. Who do you got?
Well, Missy hit a lot of huge putts, like 3 huge putts, but I'm thinking of that shot on hole 12, Val Mondahano from way back up the hill. I know it wasn't for a birdie and not even for a par. No, it was for the par save.
Yep.
But I think that was an incredible shot that we saw today.
I agree with that. We also saw the throw-in for par by Natalie Ryan on 18. That could be a contender. But it was just a thing of beauty watching Val throw that approach shot that went in on 12. I would agree with you on that. But let's roll it. This is our OTB Only the Best shot of the day.
Even Val making the net from 14 in the drop zone. Had quite a few highlights to finish off the round. Thankfully, the basket gets in the way here.
Would have been a 35 or 40 foot comeback putt had it not connected. So on the mark for Mundahano. Congratulations, as Val claims our OTB only the best shot of the day. And it's a quick turnaround for everybody involved. We're going to see you guys this afternoon for the MPO action starting at 2 p.m. Eastern. For Brian Earhart on the ground along with Valerie Jenkins, I'm Terry Miller, and we'll see you soon.